I'm very stupid. Just, I'm here though. Let me write my announcements really quick. Yeah, so basically what happened... Oh, that was weird. It, like, wasn't connecting for me? Did it fix it? I can see you, yes. It's the Buge. Sorry, I'm, like... The dumbest guy. Can you... I lost the link to the... the charity thing. And now I have to go find it before I actually start. I'm very professional. What actually happened was I was in the restroom before this. So I'm like scrambling to get everything set up. And I am just kind of dumb, which is on par. I mean, it makes sense for me. I am kind of stupid. So just give me, please, just bear with me for a second. Is it in here? Yes, there it is. There we go. Pin. I did it! And then last thing I need to do is open up the actual donation list so that if anybody donates, I can read it. I do not remember how to do this. Yes, fine. I love this website. Hang on. Oh boy. There's the button. How do I view... There it is. There we go. I did it. Somebody donated $1 anonymously 2 hours ago. Thank you for that. Alright. We're ready to start. It only took me 5 more minutes than it should have. Okay, hello everybody. Today I'm playing the new Intervallo, but I'm only going to be using Pride skills. Because honestly, I think that'll be very doable. So, I've already prepared the team. You're gonna notice some things about this team. First off, ignore Gregor. He is here for his support passive. Do you know why? It's because Gregor has no Pride Ego and 0 IDs with a Pride Defense skill. So, he cannot be fielded in the team. It just won't work. He won't exist. Secondly, why is it LCB Sinner Faust? Well, if you look at Faust's identities, you will notice that not a single one of these identities has a Pride Defense skill. Except for her base ID, which for some reason has a Pride Evade. Aside from those two, everything is definitely passable. Yes, this is the best Rodian I could use. Now, if you're wondering, I'm not exclusively going to be using Pride skills. I'm going to be using only Pride base skills on the dashboard. I'm also going to allow myself to click Yield My Flesh on your Meursault, because it's funny, and it uses a Pride skill if you use it right anyways. And any bonus skill that an ID is capable of using, I'm also allowed to use. Funny you should mention that, Scarfy. Blade Lineage Faust has a Gloom defense skill for some reason. Otherwise, I would definitely be using her. So, for those of you who are clever and notice that I have options here, Yi Sang can also run his Blade Lineage ID. But it is a counter as opposed to a clashable counter. And the reason I'm using the clashable counter is because I can clash every turn. So Yi Sang has options. And then Hong Lu also has options. I'm running S-Corp Chinokon currently, but I could also run Full Stop. And Full Stop is theoretically better because it'll allow me to generate Envy. How the heck does that work? Well, Heathcliff has a skill that is Envy. Yeah, pretty much it's mandatory to adhere to the challenge, except for Blade Lineage Meursault, who has a lot of pride in his kit. And can also just use Shadow Vested Blade Singer, because he can do that. It's in theme. I think you'll find that I am playing in theme regardless. So, I can generate every resource except for Gluttony and Lust. Unless I use Superbia, and then I can use I can generate every single affinity, thanks to Honglu's ego and Otis's ego, which both have options for that. Anyways, without further ado, oh, I couldn't see the button. I'm actually completely unspoiled on this, which is not normal. I have seen the silhouette of the boss in the Mirror Dungeon theme pack, because I had to play 5 Mirror Dungeons. Do we have 3 Blade Lineage IDs at the moment? Why does that matter? We don't need them. I think so, yeah, because we include Don Quixote. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rodia's shopping chatter has been starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route or of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Meursault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired.
To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance.
Yeah, her name is Stupid Faust now. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but... This was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gazelle shaft?
May I ask for your basis for that inference?
Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train.
It appears these remain occasions in which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante.
So I was right. You really are cut off from the Gazelle shaft.
That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture.
Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gazelle shaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that Pry wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it.
Your reserve is appreciated.
Shall we move on?
Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining, to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information.
Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right, despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back, though? Is it because of this clock head? The link is pinned in chat, yes. Are you 10 minutes behind in the stream? What?
Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Manager. Inductive reasoning conducted with memory gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy.
Bongi?
Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone will provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its reeling. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments in the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience with which you have accumulated as the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission.
Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head, also.
Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect.
I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this had began wanting that badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with the memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect? What it means, or why I wanted it so much?
If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation success suggests that you have yet to arrive at that level.
Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat, even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much-needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm yawning a lot. Because I didn't get a lot of sleep because I need to edit.
Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns.
Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with that huge baguette? Wait a minute. And Otis's group, let's see. Oh, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember.
Could you specify the issue?
I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them, too. Let's end the consultation here.
This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC...
No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. What? Okay, technically I wasn't entirely unspoiled. I know that 9.5-19 is a combat stage. But still.
This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up with helping the other groups.
Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain.
Are you waving your hand all about... arm and hand signals?
Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter.
That was close. We almost got flattened.
Damn it, even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic.
Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say.
To think that all of the personnel in the team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals.
I don't even think Dante would know those signals.
Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally.
Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw.
Megaton, oh no.
Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right?
The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building.
Great. Can you check down the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl, not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appeareth to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. In this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash?
Nay, not once.
Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you?
This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands.
Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time that dude, Mr. Bamboo-Headed Kim's also here, so...
He's okay now?
Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now.
But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind has yet to regain its former tranquility.
That. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived.
It's blinding. It's so bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Why is Sinclair saying this? Yet the warm trickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth.
Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs.
Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon a complicated working such as this contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But, Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? I had not been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job.
Switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha.
Goodness.
Known as Bamboo-Headed Kim.
Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks.
Why did they hang up his outfit like that, though? Search for the inflection point. Oh, is this a Glass Onion reference? Okay, so... more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-headed Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Headed Kim? Yup, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said it really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire on your head's hot. Not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Okay, can we check again, just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Angdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? A faint undercurrent of a disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Angdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, so you can't see anything if I block this part? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. Like me. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. Why are you in the chat, Kim? What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis. Although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about that hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job. With a frown, too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Angdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name? Golden Bow? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Angdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duties shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? I love how his expression changed in the background. Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No can wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a frickin' headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated.
Right.
My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department.
No sooner Engdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV? Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess? Let's say there's a debt to be repaid.
At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company.
Yeah, I suppose so, I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms as he answered.
Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms.
Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. I don't think she's the mother. I think there's a different dynamic between them, perhaps. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place.
Oh! Such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation. 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself.
He hasn't even been mentioned for a long time. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Ooh, what? He's mentioning people.
Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions.
Chat, the sword is from Mook Workshop. The gloves are not.
Oh, I see.
For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest.
Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair?
It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it would cast a shadow over his face. But...
Sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now.
Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal.
You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please, girl, we walked for just 4 hours, that's nothing.
While everyone was distracted taking Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's a photography studio.
It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes in that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio. Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Thanks, Dante! Probably? This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. But Meursault's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What did I do?
Exposure to sunlight damages these objects.
I already pulled a little bit out, though.
It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern.
Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in.
With a quiet nod, Meursault took the object from Sinclair's hand.
It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4?
Oh, I don't like that number. An EXP word followed by number 4 is never good. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. Especially talking about pictures. Wait a minute. Oh, they better not be referencing what I think they're referencing here.
You seem to have handled one before.
Yes. Meursault's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. No, that's not what I'm referring to. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet to remain aught deserving illumination? Something to do with wood? What? Okay, I don't get that part. But, so expedition number 4, anyways. I'm worried that it's a House of Leaves reference, chat. It's gonna depend on what the name of the distortion character is, but... Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either.
Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded.
Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polyseme referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. I'm not going to explain it more because it would take me like an hour. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but you never find the root cause of distortions never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Ugh. Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the clients this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped into the commission all kinds of agencies like the ZVI and the Combat Specialized Fixture offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomena related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere in the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. This picture up here looks to be kind of a clue. I don't know, it's actually discernible, unlike all the other ones. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suit. Oh no. Ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Meursault? I was once employed by N-Corp. What? He used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he could offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Meursault? Yes, Manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possessions, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service Duclaw. Meursault recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, and sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector. That'd be enough. Whoa, is he like a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometime? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that.
Eh?
The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know? Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Meursault, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Meursault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, "There is no such thing as an objective point of view." Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment that may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Meursault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the backstreets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad," as usual. Yes, Manager. I would presume that their mission was one or of all of the following. Retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo. Prompt elimination of the violator. Contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating within N-Corp's nest. Or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Okay, that's 4. Taboo. You mean these people could be taboo hunters?
Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp's staff.
Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets?
I am looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look, too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha, this might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in this studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd be keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rodia, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen this day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. True. I don't like that it put Meursault's family as the cutscene art. No mustache, Dawn. I forget that Ryoshu gets a mustache in that. They within 10 turns. Shouldn't be a oh, this is actually difficulty level of the current level. They don't normally do that for the first stage. Alright.
Oh, thank God Gregor isn't needed here. Um, okay, in terms of... I don't like that I have to deploy Faust. In terms of, like, the actual order I want to run here...
화점에 두지. 부름이라면
준비는 항상 되어
내 밥.
Probably that. It was a new cutscene graphic, yeah. Oh yeah, that's literally every single sinner that has a Blade Lineage ID, huh? Well, too bad I don't care.
저들은 전율하리라.
That's also a new cutscene graphic, okay. We spent a long time rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. And it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Engdu, I have no idea. If I had wits enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Engdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Engdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Oh, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Engdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Engdu follows so devotedly. Where's all the dignity and forbearance Engdu said he had? Young Engdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time meeting Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly. Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourselves one day.
That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance.
Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she had truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered,
Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened by the trials of serving your superior.
So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late for us to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with.
Oh boy, this is not gonna go well.
The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... Okay. A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh? It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Angdu?
Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor?
Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to Escort?
No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is...
I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of a distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago, Executive Manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Angdu?
My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra.
And, wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude?
I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he has no desire to cross blades with the Chinokans of Escorp twice.
Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do it as her says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. My eyes, they burn. Okay, that was not what I was expecting to fight here, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, Chinokan incapacitate and Chinokan bind. Okay. We've got poison bleed. I'm somehow not surprised. Head splitting memory. Gain a bind next turn. Gain clash power up. Oh, that's rude. Deal more damage for every bind on target. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Interesting.
They have new sanity. They gain offense level up and defense level down when at low SP. You have anything different? You have another skill. Oh, there we go. The prisoner transport arrangements buff on the inflictor expires. This effect expires as well. Look how the baseborn hunt of the other baseborn is to serve them up to the powers that be. Okay. Fixed speed to 1. Oh god. Okay, that's annoying. S-Corp commands 2 sorts of taboo hunters, the Royal Censors and the Chinokans. Agents of the Royal Court, the Royal Censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Salpipiao. Chinokans, much like Fixer offices, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a branded is bestowed upon them. Each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Does a Vol'jin wound have text? No. Wait, that's different than the one we can inflict. Oh, it also inflicts bleed count and attack power down. Great. Okay. That's a good start, actually, Ishmael. Actually, I'm going to block first because, yes. It kind of sucks they're all using clashable guards. I don't like using this skill turn 1, but I don't have a choice, so, yeah. Owned. Ezra just casually rolling a 25. Okay. What? No, what? Well, I can't do anything about... I've already said that I'm allowed to use bonus skills and I'm allowed to use Yield My Flesh. I'm also allowing any skills used by Ezra and Angdu because I can't control them. So... Okay, now what? I see. Okay. It's struggling. Oh, I have bleed, don't I? This music is very freaky for this encounter. Does Angdu have anything new? I probably should check, yeah. Why clash with Ishmael? Because I want her to have sanity? I don't know what that question is implying. Good job, Faust. I guess. Oh, that was lucky. Oh god, how many are there? 10? Oh, this is gonna take a while. Actually do that later. Bullet time. There's a pride ego we could use to generate resources? In theory, yes. But the true answer is that I can use it once for the whole stream. Yeah, fights might take a little while with this team, I'm gonna be honest. Oh
Oh, green. Oh yeah, I should maybe actually look. Oh, I thought she had an ego for some reason. On the outside, it looks no different from prosthesis you might find in the other nests or backstreets, but apparently this particular prosthetic limb was been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortions. Oh, that's not to say that I have any certainty regarding the matter. I was only in charge of transporting it. You see, it's just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Okay. What does she do? Oh god. You like that model? Oh, the new girl's got an eye for quality. Excuse me, can we try this model? Oh, come on, relax. You know the deal. You break it, you buy it. Thanks. See? Told you I'm a regular here. Okay, so the sword and that scabbard come as a set, so grab them both and feel the weight. What's that? Not as heavy as they look, huh? Oh. So there's this particle, powder, thingy in that scabbard under patent by Mook Workshop. Every time you sheath and unsheath the sword for a brief moment, its blade comes out way sharper and lighter. And that model you're holding happens to focus on the sharpness. So it's like, ding, and voila, you get a nice buff to your weapon. I think it's one of the Yay series models. That's Mook Workshop's classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here. It's, what the heck? Hey, this is the Yay Type 2 model that went out of production. You know what? This stuff really isn't easy to come by. We're lucky we found one here. If it's such a rarity, Lady Ezra, perhaps you ought to wield it instead. No, it's fine. Well, I can see it's literally made for you, and it'll work real nice with those boosters on your new prosthetic arms. It'll need some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyway, consider it a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temp ID. And I shall accept it with gratitude. By the way, remember that classic lineup part? It's super durable, but there are delicate parts that you should watch out not to break. Okay, you know what? Just let them break if it really comes to that. Just don't die on us. I shall take your words to heart. Dang. Dokkaebi arms? Did you perchance speak of Dokkaebis that often appear in tales of old? I can scarcely believe it, yet after all I have witnessed while relying on the hospitality of Limbus Company, the existence of Dokkaebis from folklore may well be within reason. Come to think of it, I do recall hearing of a name called Dokkaebi Unit. Huh? I love when Blade Lineage allies... She has the defeat effect? Okay. Sure. Oh, this is not a good turn. That's okay. Actually... This is like a really bad turn, in fact. Bonk. I was gonna say, don't you dare lose that, Isang. You're better than that. Nice, like, 18 damage, I guess. Oh good, that's not something I can force to target. Right. I rolled too high to be able to claim their bones. This is so unfortunate. I dislike that she keeps stealing my targets. Oh, this still works? Okay. I'll take it. Thank you, Ishmael. Good lord. Now claim his bones. Thank you. Or you could just get tails. That works too. Oh, hang on. She has damage. I forgot. I forgot she's actually good. Oh my goodness, we're only halfway done with the fight.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
This is gonna be rough, Chad. Did Kurokuma Rodian work? I can't bring her to this fight. Otherwise, I would. We do have a way to get rat skills, yeah. We have every skill type except for Gluttony and Lust and Sloth. I don't know why it took me that long to figure out how to say Lust and Sloth. This should speed it up a little bit, I guess.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Okay. I would love to be able to use some skills today, Azura. Anyways, bullet. That works. Perish. Now the downside to that is that I can realistically only use it once per fight, sadly. Oh, I do not have a lot of attacks here. But I almost certainly win the fight hit this turn, so like, is Ezra, wait. Okay, Ezra's targeting the staggered guy, we're fine. Evil Meursault! Anyway, yeah, they're kind of carrying us a bit. That's kind of what I expect. Ooh, you want to win the clash with Yield My Flesh? No, I don't!
That should be all of them.
Surveying the area with measured alert, Angdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath.
Huh, they're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues with all time allows us. Right. You take the side, Angdu. I'll search here.
Ezra and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space.
Prithee!
Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon
our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash.
Yet Yield My Flesh is allowed because it's funny.
Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomena? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing during the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically that when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street.
Then those people.
They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. Well, what exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess.
Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle.
In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine those people over there, too?
With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopa robes.
And these are...
The glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Chu bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chunokans, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway Nopis.
Sheep? What? You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without flattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us, otherwise. Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. Is it worth building a middle team? Yes, absolutely, they're insanely good. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yisang? Or me, perhaps, or none of us. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chinokans generated by distortion. That is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head was starting to pound of frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chinokans have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chinokans suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Headed Kim or Angdu's memories. Angdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess what this distortion wants either. Oh, there it is. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ugh, if only the team leader was here, cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery, hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chinokans. That's probably our best bet. Ugh, every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. Oh, the stagger doesn't matter because they can't be staggered in a full middle team. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-Headed Kim is right now. Oh, he's with Heathcliff and their gang. Sorry if you can hear my dog upstairs.
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지
Money.
이 기세를 잃지 않게.
That took so long that I got 4 of the things back. Okay, so just to show you that the middle team is good. Can you not view it in here? Can you not view your recent clears in this?
That's lame. That sucks. Anyways, I got 10 terms with full envy resonance. And yes, they use their counters frequently. I don't know why they don't let you view that. That's really strange. You think they would, since it's kind of asking you to do it fast. Film. Oh, look, it's the same enemy types. That's fine. Oh, we can use everyone, finally. Okay.
저를 부르셨다는 건
Not him first.
화점에 두지.
In fact, probably Meursault first, since he gets the most actual attacks.
저를 부르셨다는 건 아,
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
잠시 같이 걸을 텐가.
아, 이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고
부름이라면
Okay,
기쁘게 나서죠.
so theoretically I could run full stop Heathcliff. Or Honglu. But he technically attacks less often than Chinookan, so
총은 수지 타서
why didn't I select everyone else? Whatever.
발에 한 놈씩.
Well, I have a picture. I posted it on my social. I could use Dihui Ryoshu, but the problem is that Pinky Sinclair is a House of Spiders ID. So if I click that button, he's getting nuked from orbit. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they were walking off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that?
Excuse me?
What, you got a problem too, mate?
Haha, no, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies.
Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine Macchioli to go with it. Yeah, it's an enemy, alright.
He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD.
LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me?
Oh dear.
Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance, huh? You slippery little rat.
Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings.
Hey, behind you, there's...
Wow, he took out all those doppel-wearing people with just a single strike.
I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and Mirim tales never linger in the stage for long after all. Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Oh, damn it. Wait, why can't I use everyone else? This seems weird. Oh, that's why. Okay. Oh, hey, what a good start. Actually hit that guy. This is not as good of a start, I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to lose that first coin step. Oh, that's Ryoshu. I was like, what the heck? Who is this? I did not recognize it at all.
한 점만 노린다.
Ishmael? What the heck? Why was she just there?
He just gets a crit anyways. He only had 35% chance to. Thank you, Honglu. Good lord.
순순히 모라를 돌아가기 싫다면
Now the sad part is, I only get to do that once every 6 turns, and if I don't attack enemies that have that status, it goes away. I mean, I guess this is like the same fight, yeah. Except I don't get help this time. Because of course. How does our counter work again? It's at 3+ haste, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll just ignore that and that. Bonk. Ding. Get a crit again, it'll be funny. Dang it. Of course you don't crit when you've doubled the chance from before. Goodness. I forgot about the possibility of her winning the clash. She doesn't have her full stacks yet, but oh well. Oh, I forgot how clashable guards function as well, it seems. So that's cool. No, actually I can't do that. Because this is annoying. Okay. This is still not gonna work. Song has the same BPM as Boots with the fur, and I'm unsure what to do with that knowledge. You make a mashup. I mean, on the plus side, I guess I'm inflicting trust every turn. So, Huh? Yes, of course. That's what I expected to have happen. Hi. They do inflict nails. Wait. When using a skill of identical ranked, the skill photographed clash power -5? What? Okay, how does intelligence gathering get inflicted, though? Current coin attack end. But, like... So if you use the same skill against them, you lose a ton of power. That's nifty. I guess. What are they weak to? It doesn't say. I don't know. It actually is the correct response. Who are you targeting? Otis? That's fine. Sinclair has too much poise, he can no longer clash with his guard. For those who forgot that that was a thing he could do. Like me. Honglu. Ow.
Good job. Hey, why didn't... Oh, because the guy that was attacking Otis got staggered. That's why. Okay, I've defeated 0 enemies 5 turns in. This is going to be a long stream, I guess. Let's see. Heathcliff... Well, this doesn't matter. It needs to be Meursault specifically, and he's not getting targeted. Or Otis. Hold on. Alright, so Ishmael is not going to do anything this turn, basically.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Yeah, we're going to be here a little while. I should maybe start using Meursault's ego. I'm just dealing no damage, man. Okay, that guy just blew up. I know why, it's just funny. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use this, like, a lot if I want to get through this in any amount of time that's reasonable. All of those were one side. That's so awesome. Anyways. Gun. Oh, I just killed the guy that Meursault was targeting, didn't I? More than likely. Yep. That's annoying. Let's claim some bones, I guess. Oh, right. Hang on. Give it a second. She's claiming bones. Oh my god, we're doing this repeatedly during fights? Alright. Good to know. Oh, they're mad because I inflicted trust. That's fair. I also did just forget that Ishmael can still use her thing if she loses her normal guard as well. Which is important to keep in mind, I suppose. Actually, you should target someone else, because I have a feeling that guy's gonna die. Good job, lads. I'm getting inflicted with paralysis, which is not helping my damage. Oh, what? What? Again? 2 turns in a row? Really? How much paralyzed did you have? What? Or is there some other mechanic that I'm missing? You're not supposed to win the clash, Ishmael. Dang it. Good job, Meursault. I think I am gonna switch to full stop, because I'm noticing that I'm not dealing a lot of damage, and having full stop here will help my damage, actually, by quite a bit. If you know, you know. My illiterate streamer, read the enemy debuff? They didn't. Oh, it's trust. Okay. So let me get this straight. Dude was just here a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, and did a runner before anyone could grab him.
Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that to our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Ahem. And the soldier was not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions?
Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit?
Gut feeling?
Look, I only saw a bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping.
Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact.
Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, innit?
Then...
Well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments where I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind.
Uh-huh, that does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fears, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard.
Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not the most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stopping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it'd play out that way.
Sorry, but this really sounds like barstool bragging to me. You sure this wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance.
Yeah, Meursault does have the Matthew ID, doesn't he? It is interesting.
If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so?
Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence.
It is likely more what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it.
Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me?
Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. Do wait.
Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod.
Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine.
As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes.
Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here.
And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Meursault's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find.
Meursault, where are you?
There he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin their entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh. Didn't know you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed a wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see.
A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection.
I'm sorry I'm yawning so much. Oh, where'd you get these photos?
I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in M-Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait! I know what these are! People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store.
Correct. These photos must have been taken by a docugrapher.
Meursault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. But whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film.
Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience.
A docugrapher. Could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion?
Oh, she is so... she is so innocent. Yo, Alice, thank you for the $15. The evil and sinister bamboo hat said it's Pride Resonance Month and it's time to contribute. Make sure to run your BL members. I mean, I am running them. At least the good ones. That aren't Felbull E Sang, because, he's better than Blade Lineage, I think. That's probably not even true, but oh well. Blade Lineage would at least get to attack more often.
Decent job, maybe, but how do we know they're a decent person?
Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer only after a brief pause.
What makes you say that?
What's up?
The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said that there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N Corp, you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them.
Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed.
Mm-hmm. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio.
Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it.
Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone must just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right?
Manager. Meursault came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. Oh, thank you, Wink Warrior. I'm being pinged. Interesting. Once the buffs are up, it's 140 damage, so yeah, probably. I'm not interested in models. Please do not advertise in my chat. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down?
A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so.
At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's Pinfriend team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled N-Corp's Pinframe team at this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Meursault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of the development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager.
Meursault, you should have warned us way earlier.
Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Alright, man.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
I think Meursault's probably going to be the
이 기세를 잃지 않.
top deploy each time, sniffing around.
After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's back streets distorted with the flash, Engdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for Kumjil at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Meursault stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Meursault, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photographs so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the same kind of photographs they used to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. I think it might be something serious, buddy. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Meursault must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Whoa! I can't read that name! It's French. Grand Magazine Sisyphe. I know magazine translates to magazine. I don't know what the other word means. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe... what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself, though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhaps they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs, knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. I don't know if this is the... Immediately my thought was Sisyphus. No. Are experience tickets related to canned experiences? I doubt it. A staggering amount of money, just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Angdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with Seven Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos have already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. PWRC. I think she said, do we regroup, clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoju. Rodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rodia, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me, too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I want to... Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Meursault had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Gluttony to gluttony communication? Rodian has always been like that with
food though. Just the food. Cans! Yo, Canaman? Oh, I just realized. When did the first thing pop up? Because I can use that to determine how far I am in the Intervallo. I think it was after the second fight, so there's 15 stages, right? Or no, that's only for actual combat stages. There's 6 combat stages total? Okay, that's not that long. At least combat-wise.
I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately, though.
She's the bread queen.
And those coworkers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our identity. Our lead executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, Executive Manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke to? His name? Am I supposed to know that? I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. Couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem. Young Meursault, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from basic experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to the genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grander. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Oh, it's a drug! You're not that late, we're only 2 hours in. There hasn't been much gameplay, to be fair. It's mostly just reading. As a possible cause for the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as though they had achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in the instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped by one's own hands. Incorp Fent. Okay. Yeah, the gameplay is slow, but that's not because I'm bad. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. Okay, man. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passers-by gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. They did mention canned experience before. You got a good memory. What? Come on, lady. I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? You even gotta ask. Of course I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister. Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Frickin' waste of bread. Gah! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Meursault approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm there? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, in the exact same spot in every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images?
The arrangements of the frame suggest that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo.
Yeah, it's animated. That's the problem. N-Corp hates videos for some reason. They would kill me in a heartbeat. Okay, let's not mess this up this time. I am actually going to bring Blade Lineage Sang and full stop Honglu. Because that way I can actually, like, get some skills off. Unlike what I was doing now.
이번 의뢰
화점해두지.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
잠시 같이
피가 범람할 시간이요.
준비는
부름.
따라가겠어요.
I can't bring Gregor because he's dumb. N-Corp can't watch live streams? No, they just aren't. They don't allow videos, so you can't save the live stream as a video, but you can have the live stream.
길이 같으니 거들어주지.
Oh crap. As soon as I registered Meursault's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual look of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust? What'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. N-Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be a-okay.
There's a possibility that everything will not be okay.
Eh?
Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room.
Oh.
The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo.
Really? But... Team Leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sicking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably.
He doesn't seem convinced.
So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then, let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Meursault, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film off from the ground and showed it to Meursault.
That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent.
Without waiting for Meursault to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gathered around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression written on the subject's visage appears rather stiff.
Maybe they're just a gloomy sort.
Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Ooh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation.
Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory.
Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo.
NCorp wouldn't boil you alive if your computer could only barely run the game at 15 FPS. I guess. Imagine your teammate in an FPS video game is from NCorp, bruh. They would be really bad.
In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct?
It is highly probable. Good. I will say not a lot is actually happening, but it is interesting talk at the very least.
So he says, Executive Manager. We should be in the clear for that now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Whew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test NCorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped there. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run.
Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the back streets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a Nest. That bit gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so...
Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live your life in a 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head.
Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire.
Play with fire?
Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically didn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage.
Cool, and that leaves the question of, what the heck was he trying to do with it?
Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backstreets to see.
What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection?
Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone...
So would you care to explain how you would know that, Mr. Breadbrain?
I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Or to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow.
Alas, is it not a taboo of NCorp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind...
Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, innit?
Backstreet's blokes are down for anything as long as there's a coin. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same guard as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or convention and just tail people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect evidence? Please advise for. They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure didn't look like they're gonna let us follow them. I like how Yusang's just like, figure it out, man. Hello, N-Corp Class 2 staff. On Tremor Burst, gain bleed count equal to the stack. Meursault is going to have a bleed and tremor season, I see. Ah. Heathcliff, why are you so slow? I don't want to redirect that one, so it's got to be this one. Yes, I am actively using Yisang to counter right now. Okay. Love that for her. Ow. Okay, so Ryoshu is now dead in the water because she can't use any other skills. Well, she can use her skill 1, but... Ow. 39 damage. That's actually not bad. Wait. Stop that. You blungus. Is that even a word? Probably not. Kenta-ten won't have such a varied main group like the House of Spiders. I don't know, man. We've got the new League of Nine. So, like, you know... Maybe it will. I'm just gonna start using this early, because it does do a lot of damage, so... Ishmael, you're supposed to lose the clash, you... you fraud. Bab Ishmael? I could use her, yeah. Those camera flashes dealing damage? I have no idea. But I'm also, like, not gonna question it. This is the city. You will see this animation a lot today. I'm just warning you. At the very least, my clashes are pretty consistent thanks to resonance boosting. But man. Oh, only one of them is even attacking. That's so cool. And I gotta try to kill with everybody else. It's a one-sided guard. Great. In that case, Meursault, you can clash. I don't mind. It's not my favorite turn in the world, though. Oh, that's just a kill. Okay. God, this ID is so strong now suddenly. Don't do that. God dang it. Okay. It's moderately annoying, actually. Actually, do not clash with the ones that are doing that, because honestly, they're just going to be a problem if I do. That's right, I can figure out how the fight works. I was gonna say, I can't actually read what that says, so I hope it's dominating. Hey, what was Otis's SP? High enough. Okay, that's all I really cared about. He does do a lot of damage with his skill. Engdu. You're not even like me. You're not bad. Why are you doing this so badly? Lose the clash, Ishmael. Thank you. She didn't have haste, did she? That's really annoying. Okay. Okay, this is going to be a good turn for damage. Because I have this skill, which isn't normally there. Actually, yeah, why didn't that, don't want to redirect. Actually, I do want to redirect this, but like into an attack somehow, which I don't think. Ah, there it is. I figured it out. Full stop Heathcliff can attack while full stop Honglu is on the field just by blocking, which is really funny. Oh, she can do that too? That's cool. Awesome, okay. Also, Bullet. I love being able to use headshots. Also, this guy is getting, not melee supported because he was a fool. Why didn't Yi Sang attack? I think his target died. I also think I've probably won the fight at this point. But I can't be too sure, so... It just gave me a good lineup of skills. How did I lose the first coin of that? What is happening? Why are all of my IDs so bad? Meanwhile, Meursault just obliterates everyone he touches. Given Honglu and Yi Sang had clash power against Jiahuan and Gubo, it'd be funny if Ishmael only got that against Ahab if you weren't using... Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. That would be funny. I'm sorry. There's 5 combat encounters? Because I just got the second one of these. And the only way that math lines up is if there's exactly 5. Though I'm guessing the last one is a dungeon, because we're talking about a distortion here.
총은 수지
And usually that
타산만
means the
해야
intervallo is ending in a
한 발에 한
fathoms.
번씩.
Hello, the N Corp. I'm actually not going to use that bullet turn one. Oh, there's more of them now. I see. That's not really a concern. So that's the only guy I don't want to clash with, and Engdu is already clashing with him, so I also don't need to care. It's fine. Power guard, and you can evade that guy. Well done. Maybe you will not need to evade that guy. Oh, Ryoshu, why are you like this? Engdu, why are you like this? What the heck? Suddenly I'm just doing bad. The Meursault ego is insanely good, yeah. It's especially good for me on this stream because I can actually use it.
일발 장전.
I'm surprised he evaded that. What the heck?
여긴 맡겨주세요. 혈이 난
You know, honestly, I'm dealing damage more consistently than I thought I would. How much poise does Heathcliff have? Like 20? What the hell? Alright, you can just pick a guy and blow him up. I'm not sure how he got that much poise, if I'm being honest.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향.
31 poise.
한 점만
Okay,
노린다.
please. I was gonna say hit heads, but then I realized I shouldn't say it, and so the game took away my instant kill. But oh well. 'Cause I feel like taking out both Yiseng and Dawn just doesn't feel good with Blade Lineage comps. I mean, that's true. You think that once we get the last two House of Spiders members, that having a Pinky S-Corp team would be more feasible? I think that you would want Meursault alive anyways. Like, the two that you need to keep alive are Meursault and Ishmael, who don't really have... Meursault doesn't even have a House of Spiders ID, so you don't need to worry about him. Ishmael does have one, but her other ID is too good. Gotta remember not to clash with that. Neutral, yeah, okay. Pop this right now. Because that is not a skill of a rank, so I don't need to worry about it. Oh, wait. Right. No. Okay.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향.
I think you would be killing Heathcliff, Otis, and probably Faust if you wanted to bring S-Corp Honglu. That's just a guess. I don't know if you'd bring Gregor regardless. I can't bring Gregor.
내 뒤.
You could also kill Sinclair, because honestly, Sinclair has been worse than I remember him being for a while.
맡겨주세요.
Okay, Otis is just not going to shoot that turn. That's fine. Now remember, chat, I did say I was allowed to claim bones, so I'm going to. Well, I guess I can clash with that guy, but...
타겟 포착.
See? I was claiming bones. It didn't only lose by one.
회풍.
Thanks, Ryoshu. Thanks, Honglu.
맡겨주세요.
So many extra attacks, man. And Otis actually gets to shoot. Yippee!
고통은 없어.
Wait, who are you referring to, Sheep? Oh, no, I meant in general. Whenever I bring Sinclair outside of Mirror Dungeon, he always just seems to underperform. I don't know why. Would have been real awkward if he won the Clash. Yeah, but that was never going to happen. It's Meursault. He always performs optimally. How am I going to... That guy has 3 bleed. I'm going to ignore him, I think. Struggling. Bro, what? Oh, you have Paralyze, that's why. Yeah, you don't have to Clash then.
사격 개시.
귀와 요격. 함수. 정리로와.
I only had 2 Mook Workshop because she just has not gotten a chance to do anything this fight.
탑봉차.
She didn't have any poise.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
It's so hard to finish them off, though. That's the big problem. Actually fighting them is fine, but I struggle to do anything beyond it because, man...
타깃 포착. 한시 방향.
Thank you. I would have been really sad if that didn't kill. Because he was the only one targeting that enemy. That was only 6 turns. I'm actually getting faster. Blade Lineage Yu Sang and Full Stop Honglu was the play.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
I don't think that the Blade Lineage units are all that... Jesus. I don't think that the Blade Lineage units are all that good. Even Yi Sang, who is like the good one. There's just no real reason to use... Whoa. Oh. Okay. Why is it just called Pursuit 2 if this is the boss fight? What are you doing?
뛰어가겠네.
Hardly a challenge. What a WOT. Ugh. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service du Claw is not combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They keep taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for, then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kinda see how they could think we were involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Meursault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim... Hey, Meursault. I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him
this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, "Sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. And as I did so, a few words lingered on the tip of my proverbial tongue asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you're looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Meursault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle.
Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there.
So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Meursault had predicted, we made our way up into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of this bunch.
How does the N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them.
It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinookan's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began to creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Angdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That's not a video record. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure occurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a rule of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even as much as turning around, bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. What would happen if the entirety of District 14 were to see a recorded video? It seems unlikely, but I guess they would just probably excuse it because everyone is in violation, right? Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known. The blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey, Junior, you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I when that distorted being has no qualms showing me that... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Meursault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chinookun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Angdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before day's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Meursault identified, there was something different about the group of Chinookun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor wielding a sword that was just as tall. It almost looks like a thumb sword, if I'm being honest. That armor, and a great Huando of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and knocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Young Yop. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chinokan began to swarm us. Why are subtitles even off? Where even are they? There. Why is it not on by default? Flash phenomenon Im Young Suk. I can't read. Im Young Yo. Hello there. Oh, 03. Level 66. Okay, man. Bear Splitter? Alright. Unaffected by swordplay of the homeland Sal. Unbreakable coins, skill-based power, and coin power shift based on stack. At 1 to 2, base power -6, coin power +4. Oh, God. Huh? Oh, wait. At min or max, convert all coins into unbreakables. Skill-based power and coin power shift based on the stack. Okay. So when the stack is high, he has no coin power, but his base power is really high. When it's low, he has no base power, but his coin power is high. Clash start, lose 3. On hit as an unopposed attack, or on hit against target that used assist defense exclusive skill, gain 2. Okay. Sure. I don't know what that means. I'm just stopping him from being at min or max, right? Okay. Upon entering the encounter, gain 3 memory transition. At 1, retreat at turn end and transition into a different location. When returning into the field, based on current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose number of turns spent in retreat, swordplay of the homeland. When in battle form of the homeland, bear hunt, gain stack. Okay. Use a pattern made of single coin skills. Use a pattern made of multi-coin skills. The mountains of S-Corp's District 19 are home to all manner of beasts. Amongst them, the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down at the first slash of the blade. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry and changed slashes can overcome the creature until it is felled at last. Fail to do so and the tiger will escape death, or best its opponent to one day grow into a Sangun, a lord of the mountain. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. Takes less damage from statuses. Fixed panic. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. Okay. When the shield expires, end the encounter. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Dujang Brigandine is one example of such armor. Much like R-Corp's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Dujang Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Duzhong Brigandine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. If the unit has shield, gain poise. Okay. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row. Okay. The Sword of the Homeland S Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship is also divided into 3 branches, Salat, Pip, and Pyo. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sanguns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield the Great Fundao, capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Oh god. He gains fragile at low and at high, depending on... Oh my god. I just got it. You want him in a specific state when he's using a specific pattern, because otherwise he kills you. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall persevere in honing my prowess. And he gains this on losing a clash. Okay. So, how do I lower his effects? Because he wants to be at high stack. Wait. Yeah, he wants to have high stacks when in Bear Hunt and low stacks when in Tiger Hunt. So what I have to do... I gotta remember, is this right? How do I... Where was the thing that told me how to deal with it? Oh, it just lasts for 3 turns. Okay, so I need to lower it right now. How do I lower it? Am I stupid? What's going on? Where was it? I don't remember where it says. Oh, there it is. Lose 3 at clash start. So just clash with this. That's literally it. Okay. Understood. Oh god, those roll high, don't they? He has more attack. Oh, wait. He has more attacks than I do because I have these 2 goobers with me. I see. Hey, I don't think I'm going to win every clash for 2 turns in a row. I'm going to be honest. I do not clash super high right now. Okay, Ryoshu. Okay. Yeah, this is not going well already. Thank you for joining, but I'd really prefer if you donated to charity right now. How did Meursault win his? Wasn't it neutral? Ooh, Otis actually won hers. Nice. The fight ending at him losing all his shield makes me think that this is not the last combat stage, definitely. At least. Because that's usually how it works.
Why is Kim not helping us? I feel like he should be. Okay. At 7 or more, he doesn't have that, so I'm not worried. I don't want you to clash with it, though. You're just using that, so I don't care. Clash start gain 3. Oh, so don't clash with that. Got it. I still do need to clash with red. You can't use that. And then we'll just evade the other thing.
타겟 포착. 한시.
Otis not losing first coin? No, she didn't lose the first coin. She lost the second coin, oddly enough. Limbus players teaching its players addition and subtraction? Well, the butterfly was supposed to teach you that, but unfortunately I just couldn't get it to work.
숨을 거두리라.
Anyways, Meursault should be good now. So that's nice. Alright, next turn I need to start clashing with the one that gives it to him, because I need to get his, coin power lower. That's fine. It's kind of what I wanted anyway. Because next turn he'll be in tiger form, so I need to... Preferably with the last person who clashes, I need to clash with this. And that's... Meursault. God dang it. Okay. Actually, I'd prefer to power guard something that I can actually lose against. There we go. Never mind. She's just gonna win anyways. I mean, at the very least, Meursault is guaranteed to win that clash, I suppose. So that's nice. Angdu, like, you're not even trying, come on. Owned.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Yo! That was a lot of damage. Oh. Right. He has no passives. Okay. Neat. I'm just guessing that I have to attack it, honestly, but I did kind of forget the mechanic of the fight a little bit. Oh, that guy is uber dead, huh? No, he actually didn't take that much damage at all. Good job, Heathcliff. Heathcliff has been evading really consistently in this. Still nothing? Oh, there we go. This unit cannot be killed and does not take any damage from sources other than the skill damage from skills attacking this unit as the main target. After entering the encounter, gain 3 memory transition. If memory transition reaches 0, or if this unit's HP reaches 1, activate the following. Remove Self and N-Corp Class 2 staff from the encounter. Return to... Oh, so it just switches back. If the battlefield is returned from S-Corp to N-Corp this turn, heal 15 SP for all sinners. Okay. Huh? Is this female? Im Young Up is a girl? I didn't know. It's kind of hard to tell, to be fair. I'm gonna save that bullet, Heathcliff, if you are so inclined. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, just don't redirect, I think. You can redirect. I actually don't want to use this. See, the problem is that I don't want to waste my actual good skills on these guys, because I feel like the actual boss fight is more dangerous. Oh, that was actually really nice. Good job, Ishmael. That guy is getting erased from existence now. It's really unfortunate that it didn't kill him to claim their bones, but oh well. No voice because non-bot gak. Full body armor that's technically a mech suit. Yeah. Okay, so this turn it's going back to the other stage regardless. Heathcliff has 2 bullets, and I don't want to use them, but I guess I will. Alright, let's get this guy off the field. How many turns left? This is the last turn of Resentment. Okay. I'm going to target here because I'm pretty sure this guy is going to be dead before he uses that skill. And that would be good. I mean, I don't think the gender of the boss is that significant. I'm going to be honest. Like, character-wise, sure, yeah, it would have been a cool thing, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like a big deal to me, if I'm being real. Alright, yeah. Now the first thing I need to do is clash with that. Zero plus 5? How? Okay. Alright, Meursault, I need you to be in go mode at all times, or I'm going to lose, probably. I do like that the minions don't come back, though. Because that's a problem with a lot of fights in that you can't really... I didn't want to win that. You can't really win in the way that you want to win, because even if you do, the minions just keep coming back, which sucks. Debate on Heathcliff? No. We're fine. So Heathcliff's evade is technically an attack skill for this team. Can't claim bones. I didn't even evade on Heathcliff. What are you talking about? That's fine. Meursault is tanky. Ishmael is, or Otis is not. Please stop that. Limbus sync mode lasting 4 turns. It's just because anyone using that gets the drink for 4 turns. It's not even just Meursault. Oh, I got rid of Yield My Flesh. That was what you were saying. That's fine. I don't really care. It makes no difference at the end of the day. So... 8 plus 1. Yeah, you're not at 3 or fewer. Sorry, bud. Bad job. You're supposed to lose the clash, Ishmael. Oh, she did. Wait. It just looked weird. I see. Oh, also, by the way, Im Young up. Have bones. I want your bones. So that's probably the Botgak ID then. Is her. Oh, I thought that was heel turn for a second. I was gonna be like, how did I fail my own mission? She doesn't get a coin reuse though. That's kind of cringe. Oh right, she also gets full unbreakables at min or max stack. I forgot that line of text was there, but it's fine. Oh dang, Honglu. What the heck? I didn't even realize Heathcliff was getting targeted. I mean, yeah, sinking would just ruin this fight. I'm gonna be real. There'd be nothing. I see. Now that we're at 9, I can no longer... Target the enemy that has the most bleed unaffected. Oh, this is the arrow. Is this important? By chance? No. You have to clash win against it, but it's just on hit without cracking. So, like, anyone who can win the clash is fine. That's only a neutral, dang. Did I forget to clash against the arrow? I might have. I actually don't remember. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, we're fine. So what we're gonna do in the last one is once we get there, I'm gonna start by Superbia into binds. Which I realize doesn't do anything unless I kill. So I'll probably Superbia into to remain oneself so I can generate sloth and use it more. 100 damage on that. Anyways, sorry Yisang, you're kind of dying. I see. Okay, that's a little annoying. I can use Fell Bullet? Sure. So why not? You know? I don't get to use that ego very much, as you can probably guess. Oh, that guy's very dead. The fight is pretty much over anyways. I just have to get back to the other phase and hit her like 4 times. Fell bullet is still a bullet. Maybe we get an extra bullet. I mean, it's possible, but not likely. It didn't even kill. He has 99 poise potency. We're just never gonna run out of poise, honestly. The only other ego I would consider using for like a boss fight scenario in this team is Thoracalgia, since it would heal me. Thanks, Faust. But I would have to keep Faust on the field, which is not an easy ask. So, why can I use Thoracalgia now? What? Where did I generate a lust from? Have I been getting resources from the assistants? How did we get a sloth resource? Yeah, what the heck is happening? Bell bullets?
소준 중이다.
숨 참고 있을 때 말 걸지 마라.
Does it gain resources? No, it gains poise. I don't... What? I didn't use... None of these IDs even have a lust skill, so I couldn't have done it by using a skill. The sloth is suspicious. It has to be from these guys, because there's no other way I would be getting it. And they just haven't used a lust skill yet, I guess. I don't need to do that.
발권 차단.
내 뒤.
I don't think I'm killing the box this turn, but... If you have 2 next turn, then it's Ezra. I mean, that would actually make this team a lot more consistent, so... I wouldn't complain. I'd still probably open a fight with 2 remain oneself, because it's just good. I don't need the sloth for anything else, though, sadly. Oh, Angdu actually targeted the box, and then didn't kill it. What a useful teammate. Oh, I didn't even check. Whoops. I'll be able to check next turn. Boneless. She didn't have any sword.
내 뒤.
I don't know where I got 1 lust from. I genuinely don't know. Why do I have 10 gloom? Oh wait, no, that's just for Ryoshu. I shouldn't be freaking out about that. I gotta read her effects, maybe. Yeah, Allah's workshop just tells me what the things do. It doesn't tell me what the things do. Maybe one of these gave me resources. It doesn't say, one of her skills has to do it then. I'm looking for the word resources on anything. No, this is nothing. Why do I have a lust? Hello? Is it you? No. What is Huh? There's an effect somewhere in my team that's giving me resources that I don't have, and I don't know why. We should just kill her by the way. Because I'm pretty sure at this point I can just kill her.
발광 차단.
Jeez, Heathcliff, way to call it close, buddy.
내 뒤.
Anyways, that's it. Oh, hold on. It did count, okay. She had 7 shield left, but...
Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with a huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them.
The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. But... Shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Young-Yup, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides...
Angdu, go cover his back, too. It shall be done.
N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest has alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust? Otis? Help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Kyung-up or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomena at the very least.
Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit.
Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE,
he says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code.
Right. Keywords. This one seems to be a location-type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Oheim had provided us with the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon.
If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them.
Yisang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back lines.
There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused this distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line with N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession.
Canned experience?
Most likely, thinks Faust.
Alright then. Photograph, canned experience.
Naught seems to transpire as of yet.
It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was.
Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was meant to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man. A man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path toward Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost a grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is neat. This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the Uncorp employees. No, you must give me Honglu, I need his ego! They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corridor. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-headed Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I've little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Why are you keeping track of how many clashes you lose? Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a Dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to a spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-night. What? No, they don't usually assign homework for summer break. Arayashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. I don't think anybody said that. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. No, they don't do that in North America. If you have summer break, they don't give you homework over it because they know you're not going to do it. You're advancing a grade already. It doesn't make sense to assign you more homework for the current grade. I wanted to see how you guys handled the inflection point, but I guess you never can have it all. No, there are worse things about American school. I had to read Lord of the Flies over an over-summer book report. I have never once been given homework that I was expected to do over summer break. Yane, thank you for the $10. Happy Pride Month during the Pride event where Blade Lineage got a massive booster. Second time donator, here's chugging drinks to the fallen. You know what? Fair. Because I literally did that. I have never been assigned homework over summer break. What do you mean what happened to the earlier stream? I've been streaming. What? This is the same stream. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm getting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you in need of one? A mere jest. You needn't worry. And Consensus guess says you got really lucky. I don't know. I didn't have the most traditional high school, but I never got homework over summer break otherwise.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로.
Ishmael dealt the most damage?
절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
I'm a little surprised, actually.
이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기
Yeah, we don't even know the person's name yet, I'm realizing.
무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Okay. Now, the sad thing is I am forced to pick a unit now. And full stop is a lot more useful than Chinoken in this case, so.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof on the Shoga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Yang Yap. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak up to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day. To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successively. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in Warstrider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be than Military Commissioner Yang Yap the Principled, of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the Principled. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, whereas the right state councilor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just the word on the street. Huh, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Hatted Kim, thank you. Haha, and does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game Sukyon. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Fie on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir! Why does he have the Romanian flag on his shoulder? Oh? Who? I suppose it is. People of Pio and Sal, in particular, found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pio? Sal? Whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Salpipio Agro Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city, the vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry, Sal, P, and Pio, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Pio, responsible for meat and livestock, and P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councilor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they pleased, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and blood and bone and force them both to yield? Is that why your thing is called that? Oh my god. Good lord. Okay. An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Ho, oh ho! Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposefully threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. So she just makes puns. Okay. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gal to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them. Until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to this Shoga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Huh. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times, this drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state counselor, who was of the P section. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Engdu's eyes had gone wide with shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state counselor, who's a first ordinate, you know? Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up an exile from S-Corp? Yes. Your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor. I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. I was sent bug. Yippee. Why was I pinged? Why am I being pinged? People are sending me the same Venipede image in multiple discords. All of them pinging me at once. How? You were sent a bug? Yeah, Venipede. Slash and Wrath weakness. Oh my god, there's 5 fights. Okay. Not all of them are gonna have story, surely. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it was almost stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a 4-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with a harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Oh no. It's not gonna tell me what any of these do. What's the image? No, I'm not gonna show it because I don't want to. It's in my Discord too. Somebody sent it there. Honestly, none of these sound good. But if I could get a sword, that'd be nice. Just how many people are fighting up there? We must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. The sinners all looked disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal. It was an unmistakable sounds of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence as the sounds of war only grew louder and louder, until they came to a sudden silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hilt. Oh. They gave an event for... Oh. So there's a different blade lineage gift for each one of those options, I see. Well, all of these paths go exactly the same, except there's 2 elite battles at the end, so that's cool. Oh god, it's always so bright in dungeons. I hate that it does this.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
I mean, Red Tassel is a really good gift, so I'm not complaining. It's basically just 30% slash damage. Oh, hi, you're new. Hateful Blade Lineage Salsu. Oh. Why is it highlighting this one? It's just a skill. Base power minus 13, can't stagger. So it rolls a 0 on every hit. That's awesome. This unit is defeated, apply poise and poise count on all allies. At 20 or more potency, equip slash series. Okay. At 1 poise count, lose 10 HP instead of losing poise count. Oh, cool. Deal missing HP percentage. Oh, cool. Are they all the same guy? Yeah, they're all the same guy. No, resentful. I mean, I'm assuming they work exactly the same, so I'm not really concerned. Okay. Oh, this is chain battles now. We no longer have to think. You're not clashing, guard. For the love of God. Oh, I didn't check Kim. I should do that. Do you like S-Corp's looks? I mean, the area looks cool, but I do not like the outfits, no. They're not my style. Okay. Because I kind of forgot Kim was here. He's gaining an amount of offense and defense level. Or losing an amount, rather. That's insane. It's just not going to let us know what his stats are. But also 30 minus 8. -1 for every poise on self. He also has Overthrow, which I doubt he'll use. Oh, he likes it when you trigger Pride Resonance. We're gonna get along really well, buddy. And he gives us poise. And he also has Unrelenting. I mean, I kind of expected that. Yeah, we're gonna get along just fine, buddy. There's not a single piece indicating that it's part of a sci-fi setting. Yeah, it's a little weird, right? But also, I get it. That's not hopeless. Don't use it. Actually, I can just use a skill 1. I don't know why I was like... We're very prideful. It's like a truck as a bonus. I mean, yeah. Vol people, Kim had to have Unrelenting. I mean, yeah. But, like... Also, the first user of Unrelenting wasn't even Kim, it was Oscar. Does that confirm that Wedge Office is in the next, Walpurgisnacht? No. It would be cool, but probably not. What are your guesses for Walpurgisnacht, Jack? I did not say that word well. Walpurgisnacht. I'm sorry, hopeless? Sure. I'll take it. That guy's very dead.
That's not even my to claim their bones. He's just killing everyone. Quit aura farming, Kim. I've got this. See? More Thumb, Kane Office, Lowell, and Callow. I did actually, like, my guesses for it were Liu Association South Section 2 Faust, the Thumb South Capo Yi Sang, and then Justicia for Honglu. Because Bina's the announcer, so it makes sense for all of those to be there. Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of S-Corp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in S-Corp, and was able to obtain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, there was no one there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Why is Ryoshu at half HP? Anyways, I'm assuming that... Yeah. That's what I figured. Ishmael opened their mouth to begin, stopped, and turned around to where Ebhead and Kim and Egdu were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better? Come on. Kim let an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you've passed the exam. But why would... It's for a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. They said Urban Nightmare earlier. Yeah. What if Letitia was another announcer? I mean, that would be cool, but it's a Ruina thing. So. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramicware vessel. Might this be a water dropper for brush calligraphy? Though you may have no practical need of this, for I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone, I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Ha! Though it would have made for a rather moving moment if it had not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave, the youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Engdu later asked him what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. Backshell water dropper. What? Oh, this thing. When an allied identity gains assist defense, the said ally gains damage up and protection, and only applies to number 1 deployed identity. Gain 2 haste next turn. When an identity's speed is faster than the enemy's, deal more damage for every speed difference. I mean, this is specifically made to work with the Ishmael ID, right? Who am I if not to acquiesce to that? I like how they're just not talking now.
착수.
Yeah. It wasn't a reference to what I thought, by the way. It is just straight up not a reference to House of Leaves in any way.
타겟 포착 한시간.
한 점만 노린다.
Oh, he's based on a real person? I guess. That's neat. Kind of like Yi Sang, but actually good at fighting. Oh, right, you're at 45 because this is
기껏
the second fight, and dungeons your SP carries over. Why do I have crit damage boost on Otis?
귀와 요격
She can crit. It's not likely, but she can. She has poise on her passive.
타겟 포착 1시간.
I hope that the shop at the end lets me get an Ishmael skill 3 to add to my rotation. Because she's very good, and I want more of her skill 3.
요격
I literally don't care about anyone else.
내 뒤.
박봉창
First Schrodinger's Lust, and now wondering how she got crit boost. I think she got crit boost from Kim, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Sure. I mean, I know why it happened, but it's still annoying. Oh, I don't have any attack skills this turn. That's not good.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Okay, that guy is uber dead. Camera, please work. I beg of you.
기껏
See, I'm really glad to have fights where I don't have to think about what I'm doing for this challenge, but I know that the second half of fights aren't going to be like that. They've got the challenge symbol on them, they're going to be focused encounters. Spoiler alert, there's no shop in this dungeon. Yeah, I did look at it earlier, didn't I? Dude was a traveling poet who had to sing and dance for his dinner. Also, to pass royal exam, he had to poetically slander his grandfather who rebelled against the monarchy. Okay. That's interesting. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Ha. Bamboo. Whoops. Who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone must have noticed us. What should we do? Bamboo-headed Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales. I mean, this is just a fight, right? At least put a little effort into your lies, huh? Clearly, pretending to be prison guards the way we were was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Nothing happened. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Oh, there's story to this one.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
No, it can't be. My life is the experiences. The memory I had recorded are so different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? Haha, I must say it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be... Indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally,
and some of them were mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilor's... No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Thought I had but a moment to glimpse it. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are or were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-headed Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councilor, with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explaining in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Gah! Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councilors at the royal court could have been. Foolish. I have failed you, councilor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councilor or die trying. Thoughts on Kim so far? He's whatever. I'm gonna be so honest. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councilor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lieb, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councilor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councilor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councilor at last close his eyes in his grave. So the reason that Meursault's bodyguarding the left state councilor is because in the mirror world everything is reflected. So right and left go against each other. It's why in certain IDs, the IDs are randomly left-handed when they're supposed to be right-handed. Because they're just left-handed in a mirror. You know? Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you have been hard at work. Cursed parasite. I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the honorable right state counselor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? No, I'm not fucking with you. That's really why it's like that. I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can... Heed me, soldiers! Arrest that mad butcher! What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councillor arrived at the royal court. This audacious contumelious... What the hell? Contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered Left State Councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Councillor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain, and the bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court? Thus we are perforce to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? Might you be looking for the Right State Councillor here or alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the Left State Councillor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Unyom, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though, S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was like those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councillor's life, the butcherous man had already watered the ground in with S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs through most veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the councillor's sworn guard, Kim Lieb. Han. Heed us, O villain! Where? He's going Ultra Instinct. Why? And let the Aura Bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungyam. And with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength, even your mastery of the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyeongyop? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking, nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Salpipio Agro-Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you should be no more than... You would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. The walls look like they're 3D models. They kind of do. I was looking at the gate in the background, and it does just look 3D. For some reason. But, like, it's supposed to be in a picture, so I kind of get it. You don't need to spend that much time looking at the background, because you're supposed to be looking at what people are saying. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Yongyap, come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Doom sprites? Okay. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger you must enter its den, but wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build up your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes, do as you will, go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp, that's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blaine lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Young Up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I left the game progressed with the flow, I soon came to realize that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begin to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage one by one leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after... Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. I mean, I get it. Right? These aren't even the Blade lineage. They're S-Corp. Why did they do that? Oh, right, I have SP. I keep forgetting that I have SP. Like... Can I not redirect this with anybody? That's annoying. Okay. Really? There. Jesus. That's the most damage I can deal in a turn. They're in the back ranks? There are no back ranks, I checked.
The Blade lineage came forward, looks inside. Escort hunters. Escort would kill him too? I mean, I get that, but like, you know. I also forgot that this was a dungeon for a moment when I was doing it. That's fair. Dungeons usually are kind of like flow state gameplay until you get to the boss. So I get it. I'm gonna have to do something about Ryoshu's health at some point, because she is dying. Oh, I couldn't find her. I was like, where is she? Did she die? I would believe it. Oh. What the heck was supposed to clash with this? What did I redirect? Oh, it was this. That's it. Or he could just get staggered before I have a chance. Or he could just get killed before I have a chance to... The last dungeon was checkup? Really? That's a long time. I mean, I don't mind. I don't really like Fathom's dungeons. Yeah, I was gonna say, surely someone will hit that guy, right? Okay, Ryoshu. Good job. I keep forgetting to read what Binds does. Bamboo-headed Kim rolls about equal to Blade of the House of Spiders, Ryoshu. I mean, yeah, but Blade of the House of Spiders is negative coin, so she's technically better. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chinokans, torches in hand, rushed from the same direction the men had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chinokans began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon the Chinokans made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? Say that you don't know, then slowly turn toward the haystack. Going the wrong way. I don't much care for your behavior. Go away. So he went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Once the group of Chinokans hurried toward that direction I pointed them towards, the man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing that the Chinokans had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile Chinokan take a noble thief like you away, a thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say. Wretches! So well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we get them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems like common folk have taken the calling to like-minded Blade lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, and returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bamboo-headed Kim had once done. Ahem, Kim squeaked out a small embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off.
Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew into the shadows. Oh, it's just a heal. Okay, I appreciate that,
가르쳐주신 덕이죠.
but it's before a fight. Why are there... What? Oh, cool. The fastest clear of this stage is with just Ryoshu and no one else. Great.
그대 이 검이 필요하오.
Yo, Coffee, thank you for the $5. Kim probably could have gotten out of this if he'd had some more rocks to throw in his back pocket. You know what? Fair. Honestly, rocks are pretty good. Sorry, I'm reading something. Okay, anyways. I don't really... The clashable counters are indistinguishable. Anyways, I don't even want you to be countering, to be honest. That's already being clashed against, so I don't care. Boom.
된다면 4월을 가.
귀와 여기
The humble rock hurling force the man at Mach 2. He generated 2 Mang when throwing a rock? That's pretty good.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
It's like I kind of want to clash with the card, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
된다면 4월을 가.
태풍.
Yeah, you get a Mang too. You're actually pretty good. You should get a rock launcher.
That's called a trebuchet.
한 점만 놓.
Fully distorted bamboo-headed Kim is just him, but he's holding a trebuchet?
탄하구만.
Is that what we're getting at? I guess a trebuchet wouldn't be full auto, would it?
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
쏜다.
Oh, I have a skill 3 from Ryoshu. That almost never happens. Jeez. Okay, I guess I'm not countering. Oh, that's cool.
합봉참.
Trebuchets are only full auto in Bloons tower defense. True! God, I have like no damage to deal. I keep forgetting to read binds. The reason I want to read binds is because I want to know how the passive works. If the target this unit attacked is staggered or defeated. Yeah, that's gotta be if this unit kills, right? It's just worded badly. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Why are you using this? Okay, man. Trebuchet-headed Kim. Please don't call him that. A full auto trebuchet is an AA gun? I mean, that's true.
뛰어가겠네.
Alright, let's see if we can even win this fight with this team. Like a prey backed up against a cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyong-yup in there. Gyong-yup was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation, your concerns grown uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Gyong-yup appear as that monster does, Master? No. Gyong-yup wasn't like that. Gyong-yup... I still believe that Salpipio Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to, S-Corp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that the one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path.
stand in my path, and stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Gyang Yap, Second Ordinate of the Salpipio Agro Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command, and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate.
Kim confirmed Silk Song from hit game Silk Song. Okay.
Oh, she actually has skills now.
She works the same way, though, yeah? It's just more skills?
Hello, Im Gyang Yap.
Yeah, that's how it seems. Gain or lose 2 based on the battle form of the homeland on self at turn start. Okay. In the turn where this unit equipped Envy skills, this unit will not be affected by its stack adjustment effects and will reset to 5 stacks next turn. Okay. So we want her to be low right now. At min or max, use a powerful skill, yeah. And everything else is just kind of normal. Deal and take 20% damage on critical hit against and from Bamboo-Headed Kim. This flesh I claim. Okay. Chill out. Alright. This is where we Superbia, right? Are you gonna let me see his stats? Oh, he's level 81. He's stronger than she is by 15 levels. But this is where we would use Honglu's ego, because then later in the fight I can use it again. So that's what I'm gonna do. You know, actually, who's he? Struggling. Yeah, that's not true. Oh, I haven't set Honglu's attack yet. That's why. Alright, go for it. If he loses this clash, I'm resetting the fight. Just so you all know. Hello, Alice. What did I miss from the past hour? A few things. Mostly just playing the dungeon more. Oh, this is gonna take a while. I know the point is to have Kim be the one that's, like, doing the thing, but she has a lot of health. Bonk. Okay, now I have a steady supply of sloth resources because there's no way I'm lower on gloom or pride than I am on sloth at any given turn. So that's good. Get evaded. And what that does, chat, is it lets me use to remain oneself more. There is nothing else. Okay, we're at 4. If I do this, then she goes to the bottom, which I kind of want, but it will make her use a powerful skill, which I guess is fine. I guess I can generate Wrath, can't I? I was like, why the heck can Ryoshu use Blind Obsession? And it's because it requires... It doesn't even... Wait a minute. It doesn't require Wrath. It requires Envy. What am I talking about? Anyways. I was gonna say, what have I not clashed with, but I'm pretty sure it's just this. So, go ahead. Bonk. Take bleed damage, you buffoon. Use Meursault's ego? I mean, I'm gonna use it. I'm not gonna spam it.
Because I kind of can't. It's only cheap on the first use. Is the Intervallo bin? It's alright. Yeah, main source of wrath is claim their bones, which, you know, it's a little inconsistent, let's say.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
Oh, I should have clashed with the other one at the end of the turn. That way she doesn't end up at 1. I need to think of these things when I'm playing the game, probably. I also do love that Dark Flame will just never deal damage because I don't inflict burn on anybody.
간다. 공로.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Oh, wait, I did it! Oh, wait, that's not good. Actually, this is bad now that I look at the... I can use Chains of Others. I forgot that Sloth does that. Anyways, let's get some higher Thunderer in this. You're not the first Clash. Dude. That's a really high rolling skill. I would prefer you didn't. Anyways, this is a good time for this, because I guess Heathcliff can get shot. That's fine. Who's not equipping a defense skill? Not very many people, actually. What? Oh, because Ryoshu, right. There we go. Should I just start using Blind Up? I don't really want to waste the Wrath, is the thing. You're not supposed to win the Clash, Ishmael.
한 점만 노린다.
Can't see if the clashes are hopeless or not. Is it worth the envy? Not really. Can Magic Bullet Ego get fueled? No. It literally can't. I would have had to use Binds Otis, like, at the first fight, and then have her get every single kill during that fight for me to have any amount of lust. So I will just stick with my meager amount of Sloth, Wrath, and Envy, and decent amount of Gloom. Also, yeah, this Meursault is insane. By the way. Ishmael! Stop winning! There, she's using an NV skill. What does this do? Oh god, what is this? Oh, cool. She's shooting again, too. Oh, because she panicked. That's why. That's so annoying. Alright, what does this ego say? Can clash with the skill regardless of speed. This skill always flips heads, critically hits, and does not consume poise. Okay, so just win against it. I see. But she's not affected by the sword this turn, right? That's how this works? No. That isn't how this works at all. I'm in danger. I'm in a lot of danger. You need to clash with this, or I am dead. Oh, I can just do this again. I can just spam this ego. This is really nice. Hold on. That's dominating? Really? Okay. I guess there's very little likelihood that she actually flips heads. But still. I don't actually want to clash with you, though. So I guess just don't. Same with you. Who are you clashing against? Yisang? No, Heathcliff. Alright. Alright, we should be fine. Alright, she needs to get heads one time for Yield My Flesh to actually lose the clash here. Hold on. Kim has decided to waste his best skill.
which is fine, I guess. Honestly, this team is not bad for this fight.
내 뒤로.
He actually lost. She got 2 heads somehow. Anyways, he can't die right now, so it's fine. Also, he's getting most of that back, and by most I mean it's like a third of it. She gained SP somehow despite being in panic. Not really sure how that works. Oh my god, I just activated Ryoshu's other passive effect. I didn't even realize that she had that. But yeah, she does get a free skill 3 once per fight, right? You took his clash away? Oh, I didn't. He clashed. What are you... Oh, I stole it from Kim. That's what you're saying. Sorry, Angdu. You will take 4 damage. Yeah, I wasn't really worried about this clash, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, because Meursault almost died. I forgot Ryoshu had that effect on this ID. I don't think I've ever used this ID outside of the mirror dungeon after I made the guide for it. Anyways, this is all gonna roll a 0. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Chill out. That was a lot more damage than I was expecting. It triggers bleed. Which is a problem, as you might be able to guess. Because I have some of that. Does this say... is this effect for base skills? Hang on. I don't remember what gives you the healing. It's resentment, right? 10% of the damage dealt using the skill. It doesn't care if it's a base skill or not. Okay. So... You're still in tiger mode? That's fine. I can just use Honglu's ego every turn. That's really cool. He's not even clashing. What a bozo. The paralyze is actually gonna mess up my calculations for clashing here, which is really annoying. Wait a minute. Okay, we'll be fine. I had to check. I mean, Meursault isn't gonna die this turn because of how Drink works, but it's a little frustrating that he's taking way too much damage.
발광 차단.
Please just stagger her before she AoEs. Thank you. I imagine the turn's gonna force end eventually. Oh, she has 43 sanity. Oh, she's staggered. I don't care.
내 뒤로.
Yeah, he also has his own unrelenting. Honestly, this was pretty easy.
흐릿한 종아, 곱게 적은 종이에 번졌으니 10분의 힘, 용되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Just see if we can't kill her this turn. Honglu's looking a little rough on SP, but that's fine. I don't care. It's still really good. Okay, this is a bad turn for that, but I appreciate you nonetheless. Alcohol is the solution to power creep? I mean, yeah, kinda. Right? That was pretty good damage, all things considered. Also, I'm not killing this turn, I'm realizing. That's, annoying. Mostly because this isn't gonna hit heads.
곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘
It wouldn't have killed either way, honestly. But it would have been closer. Alright, back into red mode. Who's clashing? Only one. Oh, the bow is going. That's fine. The music is really good in this fight, by the way. Yeah, it's not gonna be good. What? Oh. Yeah, I'll just evade the arrow. Who cares? Stop winning the clash, Ishmael. You're so annoying. Oh, this is just the end of the fight. Okay, I didn't need to do anything. It's not the right song, but whenever Shadow Vested Ego, my brain plays Drink with the Living Dead. Okay. No wonder Molar Otis is still pretty good after so long. It's the alcoholism. You're gonna love when Thumb Rodian gets released later this season.
She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind.
I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well.
Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet...
He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this.
Just as Bamboo-Headed Kim and Im Young out ready for their final bout, Angdu leaped in between them.
Ugh, Angdu!
Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die?
Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I ever done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time that I admitted that this game cannot be won, that...
Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows.
Angdu, I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living, yet your words pain me so.
What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you.
Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Angdu and Im Gyung-op were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bouncing off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im Gyung-op, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced with a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. He to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to burden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Manifest hat. Manifest pant? Bort Sampson? The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms were pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world. and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed to a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Meursault's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Meursault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Meursault. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortion's... And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. I will be making badly nail and can and fist jokes in your can't attend streams. Thanks for the warning. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accursed one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chunokins of Salpipio Agro-Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio Agro-Industries downtrodden is a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had a chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Op was a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Young Op's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way! Don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. I mean, yeah, he's dead. Can you not figure it out? And of course, Meursault gets top damage. Actually, not by that much, now that I look at it. Ishmael did pretty well and took a lot less damage herself. The thing that makes me think is that the distorted person wasn't resolved. Kim was instead. Maybe that's why it killed him. I mean, maybe. Then Hong Lu was third because I spammed his ego in the last fight. Heathcliff just does a lot of damage. Ryoshi gets a free attack every turn, so that explains her. Yisang. And then Otis was obviously going to be last. Because she just does not synergize with the rest of the team at all. The subject. There's been a case where Distortion has been harmed by its own summons, that Koi from Distortion Detective. I actually do know what you're talking about. I read that far. Yo, Coffee, thank you for another 5. This flesh I claim. Kim, you can't do that here on the battlefield. That's for a hotel room or somewhere private. Okay.
Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys.
Tucking your radio back in, Ezra recommended us in a relieved commended us in a relieved voice. The Distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble?
Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the Distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Engdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Phew-wee! The point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Angdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen, in any case. We really detected that distortion, T. We did! Fine, you are released. You've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Saying do, I'm afraid they may have gone a bit overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that... Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. I don't know, Meursault took a lot of damage in that last fight. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have aught to ask thee, a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how... Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? Uh-huh, and? They are those who would sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had come to blows. Yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option is for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case of a person is by photographs. Nine words hold water yet. Most puzzling forsooth.
For I recall with clarity that, from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession.
Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Meursault. Given how often I had to rely on the information Meursault had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Meursault, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do.
It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get a chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken?
I did.
Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself.
No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us louder and louder.
Ooh, what the heck?
N-Corp.
Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here. We had to because of the distortion, see?
It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Meursault, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Meursault did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Meursault, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisif headquarters. One Who Nails? That's not a good title. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back, and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Meursault? Meursault, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn... It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you'd just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to let them twiddle our thumbs while they drag them away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Meursault into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Meursault, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. They had to just drop the quote at the end there, huh? Meursault, you're going to jail.
He is, though. That's the thing. And that's just it. That's the end of the... Okay. I mean, we knew there was going to be a cliffhanger, but still. The sun. I feel like the N-Corp Kanto plot is going to somewhat mirror Kim's story here, so I think we all look on this Intervallo more kindly later. I mean, it's fine. The Intervallo isn't that bad. I actually did really like the gimmick that they had in exactly 2 fights where the enemies would change depending on the phase. That's cool. Do more stuff like that. Do you think it's Rhodia or Otis for the Imgyong up ID in the Buggak? I think that we're not going to get one. We're going to get an Ezra ID, and it'll be on Rodian. The one art piece of Meursault saying, Daddy has been sentenced to death. What? Oh, I know what you're referring to. I hate that I know what you're talking about. Execution is meaningless? I mean, they wouldn't... There would be a way they got around Dante, right? What? Don't worry about it. Save your brain. Don't look for it. What rewards can I get right now? These are always first. I can't get all of them because I ended on a weird number. But that's fine. No, my Blade Lineage banner that I'd never equip. Whatever will I do? There's only 10 of these this time around. That's weird. I'll just wait for the rest. There's so many things here now that it takes a while for it to load. Boom. I did it. Heathcliff for Young Up? I don't think so. I assume if Dante revived Meursault post-execution, N-Corp would beat the shit out of them. I mean, I guess. They're gonna put him in the Scrambler. No! They already did that once in T-Corp, and he was fine, actually. Oh, I don't like the way that this is glitching out, actually. Because I only saw it happen in the corner of my eye. But yeah, there you go. Intervallo more than beatable by just using pride skills and also bonus skills. Don't worry about it. I think you could probably have gotten all of the bonus objectives even without the bonus skills if you really wanted and had good luck. I don't really like... I'm changing it. I don't like it. I'm sorry. It's a cool idea, but man, does it hurt my brain. I don't even think these were the ones I had equipped before, but it's fine. If Herman's anywhere near the trial, she will not make it end well for Meursault. I don't think she cares. I'm gonna be so honest. I did get the announcer, but I hate announcers, which is why I don't have them equipped. The announcer was the first thing I got. I got everything in 30 pulls. But yes, we did it. We resonated our pride very well. Thank you all for coming out. I don't know what else to say. I'm hungry. I gotta edit. Like, I'm gonna be honest. The guide should come out at the normal time. It has been way more work than I expected. There's just so much in it. I've done both IDs. I need the Meursault ego still. But... yeah, I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate you donating to charity. I'm gonna be doing a thing tomorrow. but it won't be on this channel. So stay tuned. Have a great rest of your day. Bye, everybody. Bye.